So, good morning, everybody. Hope that you are well and ready for another round of PSR. Yeah, well, Dan is in. Good morning. Gamer Dan also. So Dan Giddyballs, Gamer Dan, and Matt Mutley. Good morning. Good morning. Mutley says, is it going to be like Christmas Day, or are we going to just unwrap another pair of socks? Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I think I've already unwrapped a cat and put it amongst the pigeons today, because I got a little bit tired of everybody beating up on the pre-release, and I just put it out there that the pre-release is effectively like a beta in the software industry that you would normally put out to a core bunch of people and have them test in the real world after you've done all of your extensive testing internally on all of the hardware and all the configurations that you've got. You then put it out there to a very small core bunch of people that can do their testing before you put the final paid release out, as it were, on day one to the wider community. And yeah, I'm actually it's actually quite interesting to see some of the things that are being said to me since I said that, because I want to give PMR the time of day and just see what we're going to get this afternoon. I'm coming at this with a completely open mind, a blank piece of paper. I've done my homework, I hope. I've done a firmware update on my wheel, so that is all up to date now. I've had to adjust the wheel significantly for Gran Turismo, and I don't know what I'm going to have to do for PMR this afternoon at 1 o'clock. I could jump in here and the wheel could be oscillating like crazy. I already know what I need to do to this wheel if it is oscillating. I've got the setup for Gran Turismo. Is that going to transfer across to PMR? Probably not. Now, I don't know how many of those other people out there have been racing in Gran Turismo. They've literally just installed the game PMR and thought, hey, it's just going to work out the box. I don't know how many of those guys have actually been playing around with the settings and worked out where the sweet spot for everything is. I don't know. I haven't got a clue. What you guys are going to see is where I believe that the pre-release guys had the software for a number of days before they were allowed to talk about it online. The embargo was lifted. I haven't had that opportunity. I'm coming at this from a complete PMR virgin. I've got I've no experience with project cars, no experience with anything that Ian Bell or the developers have done before. Everything I've always been involved with has been Gran Turismo and a little bit of Formula One, but primarily Gran Turismo has been my go-to game. So, you know, I'm just going to keep a very open mind. We're going to see what it delivers, see what it doesn't deliver, and see whether we can go forward as a community at PSR with it. Is it going to support our nightly live stream and our nightly lobby races? I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. But before we do that, so many people were saying, because when I said that I was going to start streaming early today, a lot of people said, brilliant, great, looking forward to it. And then, of course, we found that it wasn't going to be released till 1 o'clock. So what I decided to do was to jump on now. I was hoping to get on at 9 o'clock, couldn't quite manage that. So I thought that we would jump in to the daily races. I'm chasing Jack Kobe. Don't expect to do overly well here because I'm literally just jumping into this today. Crumbs, that is very slidey. And I see that Gamer Dan is doing really well in this particular race today, yesterday, whenever it came out, yesterday, wasn't it? He's been doing extremely well and making some good DR. Whether I'm going to be able to do the same or not, I haven't got a clue. Let's just pop the brake pads to the rear. Morning, Jack. How you doing? Where's the... There's bits missing. This is different to what I'm used to. Half my brake markers have disappeared. When I come down that hill before the bridge, There's a load, there's like 4 or 5 blue advertising boards. I use those for my brake marker and they're not there. What? What else is going to disappear? I wonder. I'm just going to do a few laps behind Jack just to see what I can do, and then I'm just going to get into the race and just have some fun leading up to 1 o'clock. And if my DR tanks, it tanks. If it improves, it improves. I'm not too worried. I haven't analysed Jack's lap. I don't know what gears he's using, braking points, etc. Obviously, I'm looking at his brake lights now, but this does not want to turn like it normally does. Morning, Jamie. Jamie likes this track. I like it. Got to get used to it. And I'm still getting used to this large screen as well. You can see that Jack gets much further over to the left for me there, opening up the corner a bit more than I am. Ooh. What sort of time do I need to get, Jack? Or is it all just about keeping out of trouble in the race? .208, 209. Oh, crikey. So I've got to find another 10 seconds, another 2.5 seconds towards the end of this lap. Not finding those 2.5 at the moment. Stay out the wall, please. No. So that's a 210. So now it starts getting a little bit difficult. So we've got 2.5 seconds to find. That's there 209, so I've still got to find a good 2 seconds. This is where I've lost my my little turn-in marker and brake marker there, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, I've gone a bit too deep into there. That's going to set me up badly for the bridge. I'll lose everything that I made there. I'm going to assume that Jack is in the sprint model. I'm in the endurance. The endurance model being just a tad more forgiving. Ooh, got one quick change I need to make here, otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. Turn that on. There we go. really want to lose you guys. What I might do is I might just take a nose in a moment and just enter into a race and just see what we can do in the race. Oh, we go. Oh, that's good. That's good. That is really good. I was going to bail on that lap. We are in the 209s. I need to be a low 209, I'm going to assume, from what Jack said. That's basically a 210. As I said, I haven't yet studied Jack's lap for gears and braking, etc. Oh no. Didn't quite get the exit when I needed it. All through there. This is all about grid position now. Stay out the wall. Come on, let's just take another 4/10 off. Right, where does that leave me with regards to the time and etc.? Normally I like to, oh, you can see they're inconsistent throughout the lap. So we're down in 9th at the moment. Super Toxic ahead. The Croutier, Zach, Grenster, Gamer, Dan, Ollie, Greg White and Jack Kobe ahead. Wow, Jack has done a 2:06.5. So a 2:06.5 is going to put Mr. Kobe at 33rd in the world. I'm 2,600, so I'm about 600 off where I want to be. Hulky, good morning. Obi, good morning to you too. Obi says, sure, this is PMR. Looks very GT7. It is, it is, it is. Jamie saying, once you get the flow of the track, you can push big time. Jack Kobe saying there, I'm looking for a 208, 209. He's done a 206, so that really underlines that. Muttley is finding it hard to work and loiter. I keep getting distracted. I'll pop back in a bit. Good idea. And Jack's saying the tyre wear is a bit tough on this one. So let's just come out of there. I need to get a fair bit quicker, but that will come with track time. So the entry period is over for that one. Let's just come right out and go back in. Okay, 1 minute and 30 seconds before we can go into it. So I guess we'll be doing a race at 10 o'clock. Is that the next one? Yeah. So 10 o'clock, 25-minute race. and we'll see how we go. So basically, Orbi drops at 1 o'clock in the UK. I'm just keeping an eye on a Discord chat at the moment because I put the cat amongst the pigeons on something. As I often do. I often say something that somebody will not agree with. Okay, that's cool. That's good. Just checking email and things just whilst I'm doing stuff between races. So I should have a timer. 3¼ hours to go. So the little timer up the top, countdown to PMR releases. So 3 hours 15 to go before we get it. Indian Stig, how are you doing, my friend? Long time no see. Hey Mitchell, bro, hope you're well. Have a good stream. Like deployed. Thank you very much for the like. Thank you for popping in. I must are you still streaming? I don't get your stuff come up anymore in my notifications. I assumed you'd stopped. Might not be entirely true. If it isn't, Stig, put your stream URL up in the chat, will you? People can then come and find you. You're around but not as active. Okay, no worries. Right, let's get it going. As I said, for today, with so much going on, I haven't analysed Jack's time. I'm literally just chasing him as a ghost car. The other thing I haven't mentioned is I have changed the settings on my wheel. I did the firmware update on the Logitech Pro last night, and the wheel was very, very light after that. So I've turned the force feedback in game up from 5 to 7, and I've also taken the strength of the wheel up from 5 to 7 in the wheel software as well. So big increases. It feels fabulous. I've also increased the brake-in to 30% from 20, which I'm liking as well. It means I can push the brake pedal a little bit harder. And I've got a little bit more feel in it, which is quite nice. But obviously this morning, getting used to the new feel of the wheel and the feedback that it's giving. I've got it back to where it was yesterday, but also with a little bit more detail, a little bit more granularity in it, which I'm really liking. Mixing that with the new television, the bigger, I've gone from a 32 to a 43 inch. I think those are the right dimensions. Still running in 1080p at the moment when streaming. I'm running in 4K offline. The reason for the streaming in 1080p at the moment is because my PC is not up to it. I think I'm getting a big bottleneck on 4K, which causes the stream image to hang. And as soon as I set it back to 1080p, it's absolutely fine. The pass-through on the capture card is fine because I can watch it in 4K, and also we do get the 4K coming through, so I think that is okay. But as part of my 2K upgrade that I'm working on, I will be upgrading my capture card to a dedicated 2K version rather than just 2K pass-through. And I'm hoping to have all of that done by April. or won't be done by April. As soon as April hits, I'll be looking to get a new PC, assuming that I've got enough cash put aside by then. Bought the TV at the weekend, so that's the first part of that move to 4K done. And this morning we are just doing some daily races in Gran Turismo 7 because PMR have let me down. PMR decided in their wisdom that they would release the game at 1 o'clock UK time when I had booked the whole of the day off to stream. Well, I was actually planning on streaming like 1 o'clock in the morning if it was released at midnight. But that got scuppered, that didn't happen. So we're in Gran Turismo for the moment, and the moment that we can get access to PMR Project Motor Racing, we will be in there having our first look. Ooh, wrong gear. And you're going to follow along with me. So where a lot of the streamers so far, I understand that we're using the pre-release software, I believe that they had a few days with it before they started to stream and talk about it because of the embargo. With me, you're going to get it from the moment that I start with the game. That's going to mean what settings I need to change on the wheel to address some of the issues that some of the streamers have been talking about. I've seen a lot of people complaining about oscillation in the wheel. I believe that some wheel settings will ease that. I don't know if it's going to absolutely correct it, but I've done a little bit of research, and obviously until I get into it I won't really know. And then we'll have a look around the interface, see how it all hangs together, see what's in there for us. And as I said, I'll just be going through all of that on the stream from the moment that we get access. I've had no early access to it. I've got no experience of Project Cars or anything that the studio have done previously. So we'll just see how we go. Orby, thank you for the donation, my friend. Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. That will go in the 2K pot. Guys, if you can, please throw up some beers for Orby. I got my hands full a little bit at the moment here. About 8 minutes. Let's just get on the straight. We'll just pause that for a second and just let me just find some beers for my mate Orby. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Right, here we go. So we've done a couple of 209s now. 2097 and 2095. And we did the 209575 on the last run, so we're only a couple of thousandths off of our best lap time. So as has been said in the chat, once we get the rhythm here, you can really start to push it and it gets better and better and better. So hopefully we'll be able to get into the rhythm very, very, very quickly. This is the corner that always gets me. I'm usually a bit slow out of there. Or maybe I should pause and have a break more often, look. (209176). See, that's what a super chat does. I felt I had to do well for Orby there. Orby, that one was for you, my friend. This one also, if we can keep this together. Stay out of the wall. Just had to lift slightly there on the wall. Just drop me a tad. course, I imagine setting a good time around here is one thing, keeping out of trouble is another. That's going to be a big part of this. Whoa, if this stays green, this could be very interesting. Oh, it's gone red. Just a little bit tentative through there. And we're going to be in the wall on the exit. That's going to lose that. Whoa. So we can go a fair bit quicker. There was half a second on the table there, which would have got me into a 2:08 quite nicely. So the low 209s look to be where I'm at the moment. So we just found that half a second nearly, but can we keep that for the back half of the lap? Just going to have to watch Jack very, very closely. Oh, I had a tiny little hesitation there. Slide on a wall hit there. He's going to kill it a little bit. It has. Ooh. 3 minutes to run. Fair enough. Hesitation is defeat. Thank you. But you're right, hesitation is defeat, and I hesitated there and I lost the time. I haven't seen the day one update for PMR yet. My system is set to download automatically in the background, and I have been keeping an eye out and I haven't seen anything yet. But I understand that the developers, one of them has gone public saying that they were working all over the weekend. They're doing what they can, but they have got families, so obviously not all working over the weekend. I would imagine they do still have lives as well, and not to expect miracles on day one. But I think the key thing here is, for me, is that they were out racing with people towards the end of last week during the early release, and they know what needs to be done and they're on it, and for me that's good enough. I'm happy to give them a little bit of time. My main thing really is to see what is in the game or what is in the sim to enable me to do my hosted races of an evening. is there enough in there that is going to enable me to support what I do in the way that I want to do it. I think that's one of the key things at the moment for me. Oh, just losing out ever so slightly there. Could be going a little bit quicker, but not enough. Still not finding that half a second. Still, oh, it is just in the 8s. Just in the 8s, so 208.9. Jack Kobe said I needed a 208.209, and we've come right in the sweet spot, right in the middle of that. Oh, Jack, I'm trying, mate. I'm trying. Again, we'll move quickly on from the grass. I could see that they were spread all over the place, Vic, good morning. I keep saying good afternoon, good evening. Of course, it's good morning. How long have we got? Not very long, I don't think. Let's just have a very, very quick look in the downloads. So yeah, at the moment, I'm just still one installed, which is the game. So nothing else downloading today yet. I think, Jack, you said a 208.209, didn't you? If I look back. Yeah, you said probably a 208.209. And I've come in with a 208.9. So, no, I need to about another half second off, don't I, really? Okay, to come halfway in on what you said, I need a half second. I'll try and find that in a minute. If I can get a 208.5 look, I would have been in second, I'd have been third or fourth place. Alas, we're down in 9th, so we're mid-pack. So work to do. Sven up the top, he's on a 207.8. Miles faster than anybody else. And then a 208.3, 208.5, 208.6. So we need to be looking for a 208.5. So I'm a little bit off where I need to be. But, well, you've seen how much running. Not a lot of running in this one so far. So we'll see what we can do. The other thing as well, I remind you, I'm still getting used to the new settings on my wheel that I set yesterday following the firmware update. And also I'm still getting used to this big TV, also flipping between 1080p and 4K as well. So yeah, there's a lot of new going on at the moment around here. So we're still in Gran Turismo 7, as you can see. PMR will be coming in to just under 3 hours time. So 2 hours, 58 minutes. There is a counter on the stream counting down at the moment. And I know nothing more than you guys have from the early adopter videos. Never played Project Cars, and I'm coming at this with a completely open mind. So when are most people pitting in this one? There's a slightest bump on that car, and I've got a 2-second penalty for it. So that's something to consider. Mind you, you've got loads of people bumping each other. Whoa! I've just got turned around big time on the rear. Completely punted off. My luck never changes, does it? My luck never changes in the daily races. Wonder if that car got a penalty as well as me. I would say not from that. So why did I get a penalty? Oh, we're going to be running around at the back again, aren't we? This is going to be a lonely race. It's going to be a lonely, lonely 15 minutes. Oh. Is this going to be a painful 3 hours, I wonder? That was me not braking hard enough with my new brake setting. Plus, if I'm honest, my heart's gone out of this one a little bit now. In the daily races, there's absolutely no way you can get back into it when you're this far back, regardless. Yeah, there's no sportsmanship in Gran Turismo at the moment, Orby. The vast majority of people will just take you out, carry on. It's one of the reasons why I'm hoping that PMR comes good. Not least, it'll give us a second option, but also it might make PD sit up and actually think we need to do something. We've got to start listening to people. It's already happening. My views on my channel have plummeted since the video started going out about PMR. I'm down well over 50%, getting on for 60-70% down on some of my videos now, and even the live stream in the evening, right down. So I think the interest is shifting from Gran Turismo to Project Motor Racing, and it's going to be very, very interesting, I think, to see the daily races and how many people we're going to start getting into these and how many people are going to go away to PMR. I'm not going to lie, a little bit later on, after PMR's been live for a few hours, I might even dive into the Gran Turismo lobbies and just see how many people we're getting into these races. Then again, have PMR done enough to win people over? I'm hearing a lot of people are cancelling their orders at the moment. So there could be a flood away from Gran Turismo and a tsunami back, if I'm honest. We will have to see. I didn't actually realise there's a car behind me. He must have pitted. We've got nothing to lose, have we? I'm going to go a bit silly. Little bit crazy. Whoa! We'll bring this home. I'm not going to bail, rage quit, whatever. But we'll just keep on coming around. And oh, you're saying if that was Rensport, the guy that hit you would have given the place back or been disqualified. I believe that there is disqualifications in PMR in the multi-user mode, so that will be very, very interesting to see whether that will carry through in the same way that it has in Rensport. That is great to hear. I just want some clean racing rather than you get something like that where somebody just tries to drive through you. And I had a little tap on the guy in front of me and I got a 2-second penalty as well. I didn't even send him off or anything, it was just a little tap. Slightly outbroke myself. But there we go. Right, I'm going to assume that these guys are all changing for tyres. I am. The sunlight's coming out. Oh, there'll still be thousands, hundreds of thousands of die-hard Gran Turismo people that will be feeding the dailies. So Gran Turismo isn't going anywhere. I mean, we're all talking as if PMR is going to save the world and everybody's going to go to PMR and everything else is going to die. That's not the case. Gran Turismo will still be around. It'll be very interesting to see what Gran Turismo 8 looks like now. I'm certainly not saying goodbye to Gran Turismo. It is great for my nightly live streams. Ugh, I've got my gears all wrong there. I'm talking. Yeah, it's great for my nightly live streams. It does everything I need it to do in general. And I believe that there are some bits that are missing out of PMR which could make things a little bit difficult, such as the ability to save replays, which I still find a bit strange that you can't save replays. That's going to be a problem when it comes to stewarding. But, you know, we'll see what we get. And we'll also see what we get over the next 6 months in PMR. Well, we're catching up with some of the back markers, so not changing the tyres has hopefully bought me just a little bit more time. Obviously, I don't know how my tyres are going to be compared to these guys up ahead, but we'll see. Of course, catching is one thing, passing is another, as we saw earlier with that penalty. Ugh. And catching is another thing. My tyres are feeling a bit iffy right now. I think it would have been better to have changed. But like I said, we had nothing to lose on that on this race. Case of just see if the tyres will last. You can see me having to lift through there to stay out the wall. I think now the guy in front is going to start going away on the fresher tyres, assuming he's got fresher tyres, and I'm assuming, yeah, pretty sure he has. And his tyres are not looking good. It's not leaning on them too much through these corners. We knew we were going to be dead last anyway, so at least it's given me an opportunity to get used to the wheel, the new wheel settings. There's only 13 runners now. If we have another 12 jump out, that might be quite good, mightn't it? Right, one more lap to do after this, and that tyre is going to be gone. We're only halfway round this one. So one like last week's race with these really tight corners. Tight high speed corners, I should say. It looks like the tyres are going to need to be changed. So Dan promised me some really big DR improvements. Not happening, my friend. Not in this one. We're back to the usual punt and run, I'm afraid. When I say punt and run, I just gently ran into the back of somebody at the beginning of the race and got a 2-second penalty, and somebody absolutely careers into the back of me, and it looks like I might have got away with it. But this is what we love about Gran Turismo. It's just unfair. Paranel, that would be good. Yeah, do that. Do me a favour, do a blackout everywhere other than the UK and Antarctica. That'll do me. And then in the UK, if you can narrow that down to Northamptonshire, that would be even better, my friend. Oh, come on, round, 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 round. Wow, the leader is way out front. Mind you, you could see how much faster he was than anybody else. I mean, that's already looking like an imbalance on the matchmaking, in my opinion. For that guy to be so much quicker than everybody else in this lobby, I think, you know, if he can pull those sorts of times off in the race, then, you know, then he's going to walk it, and you can see how much he's walking it now. So far out front. Good on him. He'll be an A-rank racer before he knows it. He's in these lobbies. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. How do you mean what would happen if I pit again now on the final lap? Jack, I don't quite understand the question, mate. I'm not sure why you would want me to pit on the final lap. That's got me just a little bit confused. Oh yeah, I was going to do. Let's just do GTstats.live, just for the heck of it. I wasn't going to, but you know what I'm like, and you know that you like to see how it changes as well. I can't pop it up on the screen at the moment because they've got some weird advert that's running. Thinking it might be glitch to put me first. Game of Dan. Think it the time of day makes a difference. Just had my first race and it was full of filth. Yeah, I had the same. You promised me that I would have brilliant DR, that I would be ranking up super quick. Well, didn't quite work out that way, did it? So we're down 541 DR. That puts me at 27,823. So we're now looking at needing too many for me to calculate in my little brain. I'm afraid. Yeah, we need an awful lot to be able to improve there. Oh, Jack, that would be cool. You and Dan in the same lobby. Woo! mind you, if the numbers keep falling, maybe I'll be in the same lobby as Jack Kobe. I think it's happened before, hasn't it, Jack? I think it's happened before where we were once in the same lobby. Or am I just making that up? It might have been somebody else. Can't remember. Yes, 1 AM on a daily beat. How can you remember what the time was and what the daily race it was? How on earth can you remember that? I'm even doubting myself as to who it was that I was in. I know I was in with a top racer. I did also get into one with, that's right, yes, I remember now. I was in with a top split racer, one of the World Series guys as well on one of them, which was absolutely insane. And that was when I was a B, I wasn't even an A. So I remember the stream went, oh my gosh, you're in with so-and-so and so-and-so. It's like, who's so-and-so and so-and-so? He's a World Series rank racer. Oh, right, okay. He disappeared. I never got anywhere close. I think I've been in with GT as well once. Again, didn't get anywhere close. Completely disappeared and I was just running around at the back. So I can say I've raced with these guys on the same track, not racing door to door, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, or anything like that. Whoa, I was watching the back of Jack's car there, not where I was going. Hugh Hat-trick! You legend! How you doing? I was watching you on with, oh, I can't remember his name now, on the PMR. 3 of you on. 2 of you on PC, and another guy was on the PlayStation and saying how good it was. And yeah, it was a great stream. Really enjoyed that. Thank you for popping in, my friend. Hugh, chuck your stream up, mate. Hugh does a lot of interviews with sim racers and the like. Really, really good channel. Really good channel. Well worth a visit. If you do, pop along, leave a comment on one of his videos and say Mitch sent you. And don't forget to hit that sub button. I'm well. Yeah, whack your channel up in the chat, mate. Interviewed loads of really good sim racers, including me a long time ago. Lots of water's gone under the bridge since then. A lot of changes to PSR as well. Be brave, Mitchell. Be brave. Thank you, Hugh. Guys, click on that link. Come back again, but click on that link. Go and say hello to Hugh. Leave a comment on the video and say I've sent you, because it's always nice to know where people find you from. And don't forget to hit that sub button. It's all important. Makes a huge difference. Come on, get round. Hugh, have you, I haven't seen, are you going to get Ian Bell on for an interview? Or have you got one in the pipeline, or have you done one? I haven't seen. I'd love for you to do an interview with Ian. So many questions. And it would be a great interview. Stay out the wall. Ian Bell, he's the guy that's the head of PMR, Project Motor Racing. Or While I'm Racing, have I got the name wrong? Maybe I've got his name wrong. While I'm Racing. Oh, you know what I'm like. I always get things muddled up when I'm concentrating on racing and not what I'm saying. There's two others that you should get on your channel. One is the guy in front of me that I'm chasing, and the other one is coming down the line. He's a real motor racer, looking to be racing next year, and he drops into our channel from time to time. So we've got a 2085. That's put us third now. So 2085 was what I was looking for from Jack Kobe. So I've hit Jack Kobe's requirements. Trigger, am I thinking of Ben Collins? No. I mean, Ben Collins would be a good one. Who's the guy? Hello, Drac. Who is the, if I've got it wrong, what is the name of the guy that is at the heads up? That heads up PMR. My brain's gone. My brain is gone. I need to concentrate on what I'm doing here. Can't think. Cannot think. I was chasing a young man called Jack Kobe. He's a real world racing driver as well. He's done karts, single seaters, all sorts. And he is a lovely guy. And you seriously, you need to get him on your channel. That guy will have some, him and his dad, both of them on the channel. It's a lovely family. And they've got some fantastic stories. There we go. Jack, get on Hugh's channel with your dad. And I will watch that to death. It will be brilliant. It would be great. At Snetterton, I sat with Jack and his dad. We were just talking about stuff that they've done. And it was one of the best hours that I've had in a long time, listening to what they were doing and what they've done over the years. Some of the stories. I will leave Jack to what's repeatable and what isn't. Right, for now, I need to get my head down. I'm going to go quiet. I'm in third here. There's a very small chance that we might be able to salvage something from this. I am going to go for a tyre change this time. Fighting to getting too close to these guys now for fear of getting another 2-second penalty for pushing somebody or contact. Oh, stop weaving around, guys. Jack, I haven't said anything. I've just said that Hugh ought to get you and your dad on the channel. I haven't said anything. At least I don't think I have. Oh, only that you're a real world racer. Karts and stuff like that. Oh no. Put that guy again. I don't like that view. That was nothing to do with me. Greg, good morning. How are you doing? There's somebody else that you should get on your channel as well, Hugh. You need to reach out to me at some point in Discord when I can think. But I'm partnering with a young lady at the moment in brought our two channels together, our two communities, because they complement really well, and I think that she would make a great interviewee as well. Been hosting competitive lobbies for many years. So yeah, there's a few. Obviously I don't know whether these people will do an interview, but you can only ask. My goodness me, for once I actually went to the right side and somebody gave me room. Oh, it's too deep in there. So he's going to come back. Is that for a tooth, Drac? I'm in exactly the same situation. I've got a tooth that it's dead and it's cracking and I'm going for an extraction. There's no way I'm going to have it capped or root canal. It's just going to cause me more grief going forwards. If it's out, it's gone. Something else I'm saving up cash for in the new year to get that done. Expensive business, having teeth removed. Although talk to the missus and she would say anything to save the tooth. So I think it depends how vain you are. I'm not that vain. Right, should I do what these guys do with regards to the pit stop? I'm thinking I should, shouldn't I? In particular, the third place gentleman. Or lady. That was a bit sexist, wasn't it? I apologise. I'm sorry. Very, very sorry. Deeply sorry to anybody that I just offended in that comment. I wasn't thinking. I'm so used to the people that I race with in the lobbies in the evening. So the racing driver in front, I'm going to follow what they do, I think. I thought he was coming in then. Oh no, Jack, sorry, I didn't see that until too late. I was thinking to just continue to run with these guys for slipstream. Whoa. Sorry, mate. Go on, go through. I'm sorry. A nasty tap on the German there. Thankfully I didn't wreck his race. Thankfully we didn't get a penalty. Tyres begin to be a bit slippery now. There's a little bit of bump drafting going on up front here. I've got a massive filling in my tooth and it's cracked on two sides at the back of the filling, and I've got a dentist appointment on Monday, which is a checkup, and I know exactly what they're going to say. Always difficult to know what to do. Oh, there's a car going off there. So 20% tooth left. Filling cracked. Yeah. Greg, I will remember that. Right, I am going to shut the chat away, I'm afraid, because this is game on. I'm not looking anymore. I'm going to go quiet and just see what we can do around here in this one. Third place after the last that we just had would be great. I think with that penalty that the leader has got, that is going to put the steering guy in front of me right on the back of him. Or put in between us, and he's going to want that place back. So he's going to be fairly punchy, I would imagine, once that penalty's done. So there could even be an accident. not only we're going for a podium here, there could easily be a first place here. You can see the steering guy is just looking for some bump drafting, I think, through there, just to try and push the two of them on a little bit to safeguard first and second. That would make sense. It would be a good strategic move. If the leader wants to play ball, of course. So that is the leader with the penalty. That is going to put him between the, or her between the two of us. I've done it again. That's 7 of 9. 3 to run. We are on the inside here, a little bit of second gear just to get that slowed down. The angle is a bit acute, he's going to come underneath me. So now will he work with me to catch? Or will the German out front run away? Who knows? We're only 2 seconds to the car behind as well, so we need to be a little bit careful. I'd be quite happy to get a third, if I'm honest. Just want to take this a little bit easy, stay with these guys, maintain the gap to the car behind if at all possible. Might not be possible if we're fighting with these guys here. These two are definitely bump drafting now. Too deep. No. We binned it. That was all on me. Ah. The curse of the GR3 strike again. But we were pushing, and I can't hide and stay safe. I've got to push. In these races, and that does mean that occasionally we're going to overstep the mark, but that was disappointing to say the least. Oh. Oh. Bring the chat back now, I've blown it. There will always be another one in the moment. We got 8th in the end. Oh, crying tears. Oh dear, oh dear. That was a shame. That was a shame. I should have settled. I did say it. I should have settled for the podium, shouldn't I? I should have settled for 3rd instead of pushing hard. Ah, I really should have done in that one. Lesson learned. Oh, the B did increase. 527 minus now. Letting my ego get the better of me. I don't have an ego. It's just a lack of skill. Yeah, I should have done. Bump along and then go for the move last lap. But inside if possible. Wow, Gamer Dan's got 40,500 DI. Does that make you an A+? I think that is an A+, isn't it? Oh, 50k. Oh, getting there. Getting there. Right. So where are we? 11 o'clock. We got 2 hours and 5 minutes to go. 4SGT, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? I've just messed up a daily race. Crying in his lap. Crying, crying, crying. I love it for SGT. I love that. All gravy, baby. Need to do it in an American accent, really. Sounds so much better that in an American accent. This is where the confidence goes when I take the traction control off. Oh, nothing to see, Hulky. Only me binning it from third in the race. Should have had a third place, a nice podium in that one. Alas, we binned it. Why they've done away with those see, this is my problem when I do traction control. I need it on one. SG, it's more than tut-tut. It's a slap on the wrist, go and hide in the corner with a dunce's cap on and cry for an hour. It was really, really, really stupid move. Just crazy time to bin it. Morning, Mikey. Got a little bit time to wait yet, my friend, before PMR. Just coming on 2 hours to go. Don't go off, don't go off, don't go off. Banana Head! Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Hello, it's afternoon here. No, it's not. It's not afternoon, it's still morning, isn't it? It's still morning here at in the UK. So good morning, good morning, good morning to you. Thank you for popping in. Sorry to hear that your combi boiler's broken as well. Now is not a good time to lose a boiler. Not at all a good time. Oh, here we go. Greg White. I've pit for undercut depending on traffic. Okay. I hear you. Lennart, Josh and Hamza in front. Stone, Maverick and Shakespeare in just behind. We'll have to see how we go. God, no hot water since Friday. Heating or hot water. Why does it always go at this time of the year? Always the same. Whoa, Dan's an all A+, starting 14th. Head down, Dan. Good luck. I'm going to move the chat out the way for this one. Good luck, Dan. See how you go. Get in the midfield. See if you can get that DR up. Mind you, if you're... Are you a high A or mid A? To be in all A, that would normally indicate they're testing you to see if you're ready for A+. If you're all A+. Watch this space, guys. Gamer Dan is on a roll. Not quite the same can be said for me. Oh. Hamza with a little push on Josh there. Nothing to see here. I think Hamza guy behind did not like being lent on through there, through some of those corners, so we'll just bear that in mind if he gets up close and personal. which I think he will do because he's a bit quicker than me. He is quick. I'm going to try and pit as early as I can just to get out of the way of those guys. Oh. Thankfully I just caught the barrier there. It saved me from losing it. Just a bit cautious on the exit there. I didn't know whether he was going to leave me room. Oh, come on. Come on, go through, go through, go through. Did bump him off there. We'll give that place back. Let's see if we can get it cleanly. Ugh. Wrong. Too many mistakes. Got the wall. Whoa. Oh, that was hard. Morning, Rachel. Good morning, good morning. Oh, Dan. Yes, 9th. Nice one. Nice. Did you get a DR increase on that? I'd imagine you did if you were in all A pluses. I'd imagine that was a DR boost. Yes, get in there. I want to get back into the 28,000s again, if I can. What have we got? We've got 1 hour 37 minutes before PMR drops. So I'm probably going to get another couple of races in, I think. Then I'll probably have just a short break. 5 spots increase. Oh, you must have done well on that. Surely, 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 surely. I'm hoping so. Talking about that, what did I get? What am I sitting at? Minus 60 for the day. Minus 60. Need to bring it up, but it's basically about just under 500 increase there. Should have done a little bit better, but yeah, not too bad. Not too bad, that one. Quite happy with that. Gamer Dan's got a DR increase, which is good. He's on his way to the A+ at the moment. And Hugh is getting some good contacts, I think, for his interview stream. And yeah. Woo. Hugh has downloaded PMR on PC and looking forward to playing it. You were playing it the other day, though, weren't you, mate? I think the pre-release. But I guess you're looking forward to the full release. Hugh's going to do a Christmas special with a few guests on or before Christmas. Perhaps, maybe. I've got a lot going on at the moment, but in my young life, not so young, but yeah. Reach out to me with what you're thinking, mate, and we'll see what we can do. And incidentally, Hugh, smack your URL up again in the chat. See if we can pick up a few more people. Hopefully you all know about Hugh. He does some great little interviews with, well, they're not little, they're quite long interviews, and they're really informative and enlightening and interesting. But he does interviews with all sorts of streamers and sim racers. And pop along, go and say hello, smack a like on one of the videos and say I sent you, and smack that like button at the same time. Just don't get me started on the Formula One, Hugh, because it's driving me nuts at the moment. I could quite easily just turn it off. I love my Formula One, but I just don't have the... I mean, although I've been watching it since the 70s, I don't have the depth of knowledge that you guys do when you do your Formula One discussions. You're talking about particular incidents at particular circuits on particular dates, and like, yes, I watched them and I remember when you say, but My encyclopedic knowledge is not like that, I'm afraid. I won't do you justice. But I do feel the rules are like getting in the way a little bit at the moment. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I've got enthusiasm. Definitely. Definitely enthusiastic about it. Watched it for a long, long time. Bit all over the place at the moment. Probably need a bit of a rest, I think. Let me just rest my arms. We've done a few races. But yeah, I was hoping that Lando would get the championship this year. And McLaren have just so let them down, the two of them. Piastri and Oscar. But then I think Ferrari did it earlier in the year. They got caught out on the board, and yeah, it's just. I know it's all to do with Rai High. I know it's rules, and they broke the rules, and therefore they're disqualified. But I just feel for the lads. I mean, you go all year fighting for a championship, and then a technicality like that lets you down. And I know it's important. Hugh thinks Lando will still do it. I think that Liberty Media have got. You've got me started on this now. I think Liberty Media have got this absolutely lovely for them, for the close of the season now, having a three-way battle with Max, who is absolutely on fire at the moment. Red Bull have got their act together again. Max could sense the championship, and my concern is that Max is going to be able to build on that pressure, and having already been a world champion, whereas I do worry that Lando is the pressure's more to get your first championship, your first world championship. First one's always hard to get. But I don't know. I think the pendulum is swinging back in Max's way, if I'm perfectly honest. I think it's moved away from Oscar certainly from Oscar. But I think it's moved away from Lando and well towards Max. Hopefully I'm wrong. Please let me be wrong. Please let me be wrong. It would be lovely to have another British world champion. And Lando's a lovely guy. He's one of the nicest guys on the grid, I think, at the moment. And I think he deserves to get his first world championship this year. And I think that if the places have stood last weekend, even though Max won the race, I think that Max would have been riding on a high. It's now, how does he channel that anger of having that disqualification? Can he rise above it and channel it for good? Or is it going to send him the other way? I really don't know. I don't know. Banana Head, will tuning and setups be coming to PSR with PMR? Good question. Don't know. Hoping not in some respects, because I do like the BOP racing in Gran Turismo. So from that point of view, I still want to have bopped races, but I think that tuning, like in ACC, is going to be key. It's going to be part of it, and we're all just going to have to embrace it, whether I like it, whether you like it, or whatever. I think it's just going to be one of those things. I haven't got a clue about tuning cars. I'm going to have to get a book and learn and read up on it. It's not something I've ever got involved with. I just tend to run them stock, but we will have to see. Flexky, good morning. I'm rooting for Lando. He has a lot of support and he's still in the right position in the lead. I'm hoping so. Dan is 0.012 off my time for the Daily C. Ooh, Mikey says no bopped races. It's like ACC, which is what I was thinking. Hulky's thinking it's going to go down to the last race. I think you could well be right. And Hugh's saying it's amazing how many older F1 fans are struggling since 2001. You'd love our F1 podcast live each Thursday. Gamer Dan, now no A+. It's weird. I think they might have put you in an A+ rank to see how you did. I do. I think the game has got their eye on you, put A plus. Maybe you've been ranking up quickly, and yeah, maybe it's got you in line for that. We shall see. Come on, Dan, you get your A plus. I'll try and get my A back. There you go. Gauntlet thrown down. Right, we're starting in 6th. I need to finish 6th or higher. This one needs to be 6th or higher. So I've really got to concentrate on this one. I'm not going to be looking at the chat. I'm going to leave that alone. Pitting the same as we have done before. And yeah, let's go. Oh, Hugh is back to B and S, and it's very annoying. Do you know what? I'm happiest racing in the B rank lobbies. It's nice to have that little A accolade on your shirt or on your stream or wherever you are. But I have some of my best races in the high B rank lobbies. Very often when you've got A's and the B's, where some of the A's are being a little bit more careful because they don't want to have crashes and lose their DR, and the B's are trying hard to have clean fights to get up into the A's. I think it's yeah, I do have some of my best races in the B class, which actually we're in at the moment. So let's get together and whoa, we've got two having a go at each other. Whoa, thought the that car was going to take my nose off, and it did. No, we're in the barrier. It's not good. We're going to get loads of people streaming past now. 4 of them inbound. Oh no, more hits. We're in the barrier now off the hit there. Oh, come on. See, that's not fair. I got a 2-second penalty earlier on for touching somebody. Somebody just put me in the barrier and got nothing. This game hates me. This game absolutely hates me. Got another 2 seconds for a bump. And that guy was going so slow. And I backed off to let him go. This game is oh, so annoying at times. This one's a write-off, like the other one. This is the story of my life. One bad, one good, one bad, one good. Nice one behind the head, banana head. Go and get it loaded up. It's good timing, isn't it? I really wanted to order the boxed version, but I didn't know how quickly the post would come. So I've gone for the download. Nearly always buy boxed versions. It's the first time I've done it digital. Oh, track limit now. Just trying to push to catch up with these guys. Just pushing a little bit too hard. Oh, big crash there. Oh, loads of cars off. Oh, no. Nothing I could do about that. He was in the wall and going around. Unfortunately. Oh, I didn't notice that Super Toxic was in this room. Time to try and make up some places. Just get these tyres up to temperature first. That's my braking point there. I was thinking 3 corners ahead on what I might be able to do with these guys and completely forgot about the corner there. So let's just get back to what we should be doing. Hello, Super. Did you cause the big pile up? I'm going to have to save this. I want to go back and have a look now. You'll be famous for all the wrong reasons. I'll have a look at it off stream. A bit wide there and a bit wide there. These pit stops are giving us a bunch of cars all together. It's very close to the line there. Closer than I would have liked. The one on the, oh, I can't remember where it was now. I think it was, I can't remember. There was one I came around the corner, there was just cars everywhere. Exit of the bridge, I think. A trigger. You can't ask Super to do that. I'm quite capable of doing that all on my own. Well, maybe on the first corner. Almost. Oh, well, Super, you helped me out. You took a load of them out for me. I benefited greatly, so I salute you, my friend. Thank you very much. Whether, I know it wasn't intentional, and I don't mean it that way, but thank you, thank you, thank you. That really helped me no end. Oh, we got another one going around there. You have actually brought me right back into this race when I thought it was all over. The question is now, can't do anything with these two up in front of me. How many others have got a pit? How many others are going to crash? Whoa. Come on. Oi! That's not nice. Look to deliberately put me into the wall there. Don't mind the overtake, but you've got to leave room, mate. I wonder if these two are going to have a last lap murder. Yogo was definitely desperate to get past me to get on the back of the car in front. do hate it when people bump you into a corner and burn off enough speed. Ouch. Not good enough. Not good enough. Gotta remember, if somebody bump drafts you into a corner, you've got to hit the brakes harder and longer and earlier. Otherwise, you're going to go deep. But there we go. That's the way it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles. So we're going to slip back again now. I think on the old DR. Yeah, 386 minus for the day. Where are we? We've got 1 hour to go. 1 hour to run. Oh, I didn't save the replay, did I? Oh, fiddlesticks. Toxic, you've got away with it. I didn't save it. Yeah, I'm getting a real mixed bag. A real mixed bag on this one. What I've got to do is, although I might look calm and unflustered, when I get bumped into a corner like that, or pushed, doing a push to pass like one of those guys did on me through that corner, it does ruffle me underneath, and I'm like, can we just not do that? Could you not just overtake me properly rather than just push him wide? That guy, I mean, he got through, got the place, and then just ran it right away to the edge of the track with me on the outside. And it's like, well, what I should really have done is I should have put a whole load of right-hand lock and just said, nah, you're going to push me off. But then I don't want to be the guy that pushes him off and sends him to the shadow realm. So it's hard. Hard to know what to do. It's a fine line between giving what you get and being just not good, not right. I'm not going to say dirty, but just, I don't want to race like that. I don't want to be doing that. That was too late on the brakes. I think Dan's doing pretty well, which is good. He's heading towards his A+. 4th place, nice one, Dan. I got into more difficulties, I'm afraid. Don't seem to be able to get a break today. Either I'm creating my own problems, or I'm just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Dave, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are from. Over here it is a good morning just. Jack is so close to putting that wheel on that line and going over it. His car placement is outstanding. Once again, he picks up the inside of the curb beautifully. 41k. Come on, Dan. Come on, you can do it. A+ by tomorrow morning. Are you looking at PMR or are you just doing Gran Turismo? I imagine that there are going to be lots of people leaving Gran Turismo today to take a look at PMR, even if they don't carry on with it. So I'm thinking the next couple of days could be a great opportunity to improve your DR. Could be brilliant. I might be wrong, of course. Right, after this one, I'm going to take a short break just to let the dog out and grab something to eat. Just so that I am back on the stream in good time for PMR. So this is probably going to be the last Gran Turismo 7 race that I'm going to do today. Well, no, not today. I'm going to be doing some lobby racing this evening as usual. So there will be more later, but on this stream, this will be the last Gran Turismo 7 race that I'm going to be doing. And then I will take a short break. Oh, there's a lot of us hoping, Dave, that we don't regret it. The thing is, I think even if we have some regrets today, it won't be long before they get a patch out and sort the bits and pieces out. The devs have been playing with a lot of the streamers that were doing the pre-testing. They've all seen it. They've all experienced it. They've seen what's gone online. They've heard what people have been saying, and they will be hungry to get it sorted out. Haven't seen a day one patch yet. A lot of talk about a day one patch. So either my PlayStation's downloading that in the background and I haven't seen, or they're holding off just for the moment. Personally, if I was PMR, I'd probably hold off for 24 hours and just see what the full release is like. Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about the hosting, I'm not going to lie. In which case, we stay with Gran Turismo. You know, we know that Gran Turismo delivers on what we need. But what I need to do is get into PMR, understand what it does, and only then can I start lobbying PMR to get into it what we need. Which is what I wanted to do all along. If I'm honest, I really did want to do that all along. That was the reason why I tried to sign up for the little me. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh, well, we'll go out. Yeah, I wanted to get into the early release so that I could look at the multiplayer side of it. Did it have replays? Did it have walkarounds? Did it have the ability to save the replay so that they can be submitted as a steward's inquiry? All that sort of stuff. So long if it's clean, if we can get some clean racing, and we've got the ability to kick people out of the server if they're being a pain, and ban people, that'll be enough for me. The rest can come. Hello, William. He's just saying it took him ages to go from the top of A to the bottom of A+. Tell you what, it's taking me forever to go from the top of B to A. And every time I get into A, I drop back down. I am now got to myself where I think I'm borderline AB. For the longest time, I considered myself to be a straightforward high B. Now I'm considering myself to be on the cusp. I've just got to get a little bit better. and we need a reasonably good finish in this one. Ah, it's not my day, is it? Just not my day. More crashing going on up ahead. Really crashy bashy these lobbies today. Couldn't have been bump drafting through that corner. Roy was struggling yesterday. I'm struggling today. Annoyingly, it's a mixture of my own mistakes and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Where are you going? Deep into there. Dave, if you've never done lobby racing, you should come and do some lobby racing with us, my friend. 9 o'clock in the evening, Monday to Friday, UK time. Respectful lobby racing. We have rules. And we have some really, really close competitive racing. Lots of different classes of cars. Road cars, group cars, karts, trucks, all sorts. Although the karts and the trucks don't come out overly often. If you want to know more, jump into our Discord. Come say hello. The guys will be more than happy to say hello and give you some details. I'll be hosting the lobbies tonight from 9 o'clock as normal. Rules? Thousands of them. Well, yeah, okay, the document is very long, granted, but there's an awful lot of explanation in there as to why those rules are there. If you just want to look at the actual rules themselves without the explanation, there is an appendix at the end where you can just see what you're supposed to do, and it's all quite straightforward, really. Come on, get round, get round, get round. Don't go on the curb. I really ought to be ignoring the chat, shouldn't I? Got a few people in the pits. Oh, that could be a track limit. As I'm pushing hard. Thought it was. Too deep into there too. Hello to everybody that's joining us in the chat at the moment. I'm afraid I'm going a little bit quiet because I've got a car chasing me from behind. I've got a half-second penalty. We're lap 6 of 9. I think I need to get on with this a little bit. We've got 2 chasing us. They are going to get by when I serve this penalty. Oh, we got a yellow flag up. Somebody binned it on the bridge. I wonder. Yeah, there's a couple of cars ghosted. Oh, Tighty. He was winning one of the earlier races. Looks like he got caught up in an incident there. Whoa. Fortunately, we've got the penalty, which is going to spoil this little battle that we're in. Whoa. Woo. That was a bit iffy. A penalty. Didn't quite keep the tyre over. Well, I did lift and it looks like I might have got away with that. It was definitely a penalty. Two laps to run. It looks like all the cars on the map are just in front of us, actually 20 odd seconds down the road, so we're just fighting amongst ourselves for the scraps at the minute. Yeah. Oh, Mikey, I'm sorry to hear you've had to cancel your hospital appointment. Hopefully PMR will come up to snuff. It's a bit of an old statement there. Come up to scratch. I think that's the more modern term. Whoa. Take this a bit easy through it. There's a couple of cars just up ahead. I wonder if the two cars behind are going to get into a battle and maybe slow them down a little bit. Be quite nice if they do. I don't suspect it will though. They'll probably work together if they've got any sense. Borky, good evening. How are you doing? All ready for Thanksgiving, I hope? I'm liking the new settings on the wheel that I went through with you yesterday. It took me a few races to get used to them, if I'm honest, but yeah, I'm liking these the way it feels right now. In the GR3s anyway. What it's going to be like for PMR, we haven't got a clue. We will find out in just over half an hour, I think. Oh, it's getting exciting. Almost as exciting as this race. Got Tai T behind me and he's quick, or she's quick. Kratos we've had a battle with all the way through this. Going three-way into this one. Oh, don't get on the outside. Over in the wall. Oh, the two guys behind it, the wall too. Oh, we got, how on earth did we get 10th out of that? It's not going to be good for the DR, but 10th is 10th. Woo! Wow, wow, wow. Right, so where are we? We are 37 minutes to countdown to PMR. I'm going to come out of there. I'll just tell you where I am with regards to the DR very quickly, although I'm going to cry. 460 negative for the day. So 460 down. Just so those of you that are interested in such things, this is my page, and that's how high up, right at the top of the B. Have been closer, need to be a bit closer, but yeah, still quite a fair old bit to do. Right, what I'm going to do now is I've got to let the dog out in the garden, just to do his business. Gamer Dan had someone brake check another car in the last chicane and caused 4 of us at the back to smack into each other, and all got 4-second penalties. No, still the DR went up, you lucky little sausage. You lucky little sausage. Mine's gone down over the course of those races. But I'm going to be back. Give me about 10 or 15 minutes. Pay a visit to the loo, let the dog out. Just going to grab a quick bite to eat, make a cup of tea, and then I will be back and we will be getting ourselves ready for PMR in what is going to be just coming up for 35 minutes time. So please come back and catch up with me then. If not, thank you ever so much to everybody that has watched, liked, subscribed, contributed in the chat, etc. Thank you so much, and I will see you on the other side. I'm going to leave the stream running. Catch you later. Bye. Hello, we're back. Oh, just as I coughed. Just as I cough. Right, we're back. How many people have we lost? Oh, we're down to 7. There's quite a few people drifted away, but that's fine. So Initiative will be back. So we've got 16.5, well, 16 minutes, just over 16 minutes to go before we get into this one. There's not a lot of point me doing anything else in Gran Turismo for now. We'll be back with Gran Turismo this evening. At 9 o'clock for our normal lobby races. All of the details of those lobby races is in the Discord at the moment. In fact, I've got all the races for the whole of this week in the Discord, which is unusual. I don't normally put them out there that quickly, but they're all in there. Coda's just licking out the crisp packet that I just had, so that's what the noise is down here. Are you finished with that? Can I put that away so we don't keep getting crisp packet noises? Can I have it, or are you going to rip it to pieces? No, he's going to rip it to pieces. No, he's going to leave it. That's cool. Right. So let's pop that out there, over there, out of the way. So today the aim is to get into the PMR in 15 minutes. Now, one of the things I'm going to say, and I haven't done it yet, is in our Discord, in the PMR general chat in our Discord here, Muttley has sent a URL which is to I've just bought PMR now what. This has a link to the setup guide for all of the haptics and the force feedback and everything else. It's a bit too big of a read for me to do right now and on stream, so I'm going to arrange to have that printed and then we'll see how we go. Also, Jonesy has sent a link in the same Discord feed. Project Motor Racing Update 1.5.0.0. This update brings major improvements to force feedback, physics, vehicle equality, visuals, UGC features, online stability, and overall polish. Thank you for your feedback. So they've definitely been listening to everybody that's been talking about it. And the date for that is the 25th of November. There's a whole load of fixes and improvements in here. It goes on and on and on and on and on. There is a lot. When that is going to be available, I'm not quite sure. I am not quite sure. Let's just have a little look at the downloads and just, I mean, it could be a silent download, of course. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to clear that. So I haven't seen a download for it at the moment. Whether it will do it when we actually get into the game, of course, I don't know. But I don't know any other way of seeing if there is a download and any way to force it. So I guess we just sit and wait and we'll see what happens. Looks like there are a number of trophies to be acquired. Racing is expensive, the shortest straw. Online license, attain for your license for racing, I'm assuming. That one. A modern GT license, you've driven at least 300,000 miles, I'm assuming that would be, or kilometers. 5 career starts. So you've made 5 starts in whatever. I can't actually see these. Oh, we can actually. You've made 5 starts in authentic career mode. Well, let's just go back. So shortest straw is... well, as it says there, racing is expensive. I don't know how you get that one. I guess that one's a surprise. Online license, attain your license for racing online. Modern GT license, you've driven at least 300 kilometers in modern GT cars. 5 career starts. I put this on the big screen so you... Trouble is, it's coming up over my face, so you're probably actually better off in that one, because at least if you're on a big screen, you'll be able to see it. So 5 career starts. You've made 5 starts in authentic career mode. I've just pinned that. Let's just unpin that. First online win. So you won your first race in ranked online. We'll be looking at ranked races hopefully the day after tomorrow. I'm looking at the career mode tomorrow. Social player. This is where I'm going to be spending most of my time with PSR people. Won your first social race. So hopefully we'll be able to get that one at some point. The GTR2 Derby pole. You beat Conrad Racing Team's GT lap time of 1:40.747 at Derby. The GTR2 license, you've driven 300 kilometers in cars featured in GTR2. Then we've got the GTR2 San Marino pole. You've beat Vitaphone, don't know, Racing Team's GT lap time of 1:47.399 at San Marino. 10 career starts, fairly straightforward that one. GTR Spa pole. So you beat BMS Scuderia Italia's GT lap time of 2:18.864 at Spa-Francorchamps. It's actually quite nice, some of these, that you've got to beat real team times, which is quite nice. So those are all silver and bronze. Then we've got a gold one, which is 25 career starts. A Group C license, so 300 kilometers in Group C prototypes. San Marino, yep. 24 hours of Spa pole. Again, you've beat Marciello's GT3 lap time. 6 hours of San Paulo. We've got to beat Mike Conway's LMDH time of 1:23.140 at San Paulo. And then collected all trophies. So whether that is all of the trophies to collect, I don't know. But those are the ones that are just on the screen at the moment. I think the official trailers, we've all seen them. We've all seen the marketing hype. And yeah, we'll see. We've got just over 10 minutes to run. Live at 1 o'clock, Orby. 10 minutes. And then I need to start getting into the wheel settings and seeing what it's like. I did do a Logitech firmware update on my wheel last night. That needed to be updated. The wheel went very, very light for Gran Turismo, so I've had to change both the settings in my wheel, and that's just reminded me I want to set over to Profile 2. Profile 1 I'm going to use for Gran Turismo. I also needed to up the force feedback in the game as well, and Orby, the download, let me get to that in a moment. And Profile 2 I'm going to be using for PMR. So that was the one I'm going to be messing around with and adjusting. Download, no, it didn't seem to happen. We just had a little look and it says the 25th, but I haven't seen anything. We did have a very, very quick look in my downloads at the moment. I've just cleared out the game download. So either it's downloaded silently and installed silently this morning while I was doing stuff, but then I would hope it would have told me. Or it will be released a little bit later on. I'm sort of in two minds on this one. I'm almost would prefer them not to do it and just let the first 24 hours play out and then release it, unless they're absolutely adamant that it is going to deliver everything we need. Maybe it's an in-app download. What, in PSN? I don't want to move off that. I don't want to move off of that document that Muttley has pushed through, but we'll see. Once the game is launched, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking. Which hopefully it won't be a big one. Hopefully it'll be a very short, snappy one. But then again, I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't mind if the developers just push that out by 24 hours and just see how things settle down, because there's going to be a massive number of people hitting the servers at 1 o'clock. Are the servers going to crash? Are they going to keep going? There's just so many unknowns for the next 15 minutes, half an hour, I would imagine. Muttley's back for the main event. Yes, it's all going to be kicking off in a moment. Whether we're going to be doing any racing today, I don't know. I've got 2 hours before I will need to bring the stream to an end. That's all, unfortunately. So the idea today is just to get into it, have a look around the interface, have a look around the game, get the wheels sorted out, get the hardware sorted out. Then tomorrow, from around about 9, 9:30, whenever I can get on, I'll be doing the career mode. And then on Thursday, I'm going to be jumping into the multiplayer mode. And then Friday, we'll be doing whatever. Of course, all of those schedules are completely up in the air. They could change at any time. I might decide that the career mode is fine and I just want to do it myself offline. Or it might be that I want to do the career mode and record those as videos. It might be that I just want to get into multiplayer. It might be that some of you guys have got into multiplayer and you want to come and race in a lobby. You might want us to try opening up a lobby. I really don't know. There's so many unknowns. There's so many unknowns. Ooh. It is. It's like waiting for Christmas. This is unusual for me because I've never done this download pre-installed before. I've always just bought the game. Oops. I've always just bought the game and in a box. But what I didn't, the last time I bought a game in a box, it took 2 days to arrive, and I wanted to be out there as we go live with the game. I know I haven't done the early access, and in some respects, I'm quite glad I haven't done the early access. There's been, forgive me, and this is going to be very emotive, and it's going to light up the discussion, and people will flame me for it. But there seems to be a lot of negativity around the pre-release, which for me, I consider to be, a late beta, which should have been good enough if it went out to the public. And I hope that they went through a closed testing phase with a group of people. But if they went through a closed phase with a group of people, like a normal beta test, which would be people that you partner with rather than the world and the wider customers, why did that group of people not pick up all of the things that the streamers picked up? Or did PMR just chuck it out to the world as pre-release under the factory driver program and keep their fingers crossed, which would be a bit of a crazy thing, I think, to do. But we will see. Muttley, lots of streamers this morning stressing that it's all about setup. Don't just jump straight in. Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting. And of course, all of the early release people, they had it for a few days, I understand, before the embargo was lifted. So they had the opportunity to get their gear set up and get a feel for things and know how it all hangs together. I've not had that luxury to do any of that. So what you're going to see with me is literally going to be day one. I've never used Project Cars before. Any of the versions of Project Cars. I've literally only played Gran Turismo and Formula One, and ACC. Sorry, ACC as well. Those 3 games. And so none of this franchise have I raced before. A lot of people told me great things about Project Cars, both for hosting lobbies and for career and everything else. It's come with a lot of hype, a lot of expectations. And I think that today is probably going to bring us all down to earth a little bit. I know that my expectations are up here and they need to be here and they're probably going to end up here. But let's see what it delivers. That's what I'm interested in. So I have run a firmware update on my wheel. That's set. I've got a Profile 2, which is set up for PMR, with everything is sort of a little bit in the middle. Whether I'm going to need to reduce some of that for the oscillation, whether I'm going to need to play around with those settings, I don't know. We will find out. I know a lot of people are just going to go straight into, I want to race. Forgive me, I'm a bit old school and I just like to I like to look at the shop window before I open the door and just dive in with the crowds. So we'll be having a little look around, seeing how it hangs together. And then we will just take it slow and steady going through, seeing what it is going to deliver to us. And as I said, today is going to be a setup. Whether we do any racing or not, I don't know. I hope we will over the next couple of hours. We've just got 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Yeah, Muttley's just saying that PMR website, they've just posted a getting started guide. As I have alluded to, and I'm going to do this again, our Discord, you can see it right there. Muttley has, if I can get it in focus, though it doesn't want to focus. Might if I bring it over there. There we go. Muttley has put that up there. Also, Jonesy's put some information up there about the update that is coming. So that is available in our Discord if you want to get hold of that. I am arranging to have that printed, and hopefully I'll be able to do some quiet reading with that afterwards. Forgive me, I'm not going to do that on stream because, unless I have to, because you're just going to see me with my head in, well, the laptop. I haven't even got it on paper, so it will be looking at the laptop, which will be a bit rubbish, really. So there we go. One of the things I can now do is to turn off the PMR timer. We don't need that anymore. Let's get rid of that, because we've got the real timer on the screen from PMR. We are under 1 minute now to getting access, and everybody jumps on and crashes the servers. I hope not. I hope not. Oh dear. It's going to be like when Martin Lewis gets on the TV and it says, oh, go to the government website and do this. And suddenly it's like, oh no, don't go to the government website. We've just crashed it. It's just going to, there'll be so many people just diving in. So many people diving in to this in a few moments. Oh, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That seemed to get quicker at the end. We are into Project Motor Racing. We are in. It's not doing much, but we are in. Oh, here we go. Strayful Studios are the studios that have created this game in partnership with Giant Software. We will have a little cameo or just a logo. Hopefully we'll be able to turn this off so we haven't got to watch this every single time we come in. But that's the Giant Software logo. Welcome to stream on your online experience. You now have the opportunity to map your main driving controls. Oh, to streamline, sorry. So we'll go into there. Rookie for new drivers, intermediate for drivers with some previous experience, pro for experienced veterans. What do we think we should do, guys? Rookie, intermediate or pro? It's got to be pro, hasn't it? In for a penny, in for a pound. Center the wheel and press confirm on the steering wheel or the keyboard. I'm working on the controller at the moment, but we'll center that. Unwind your wheel to a 90-degree position. Hold it there and press confirm on the steering wheel or the keypad. Press your throttle down as far as it will go. Hold it there and press confirm on the steering wheel or the keypad. Press your brake down as far as it will go. And press your clutch down. Press the button you'd like to shift up. And the button you'd like to shift down. Wireless controller detected. We've optimized the layout for you, but you're free to customize the mappings and responsiveness inside the settings. Basic setup is complete. Advanced setup settings are available in the following menus: cockpit preferences and the driver profile. The cockpit, adjust your seat position, field of view and the HUD. That was really good. I watched one of the streamers moving completely around in the car, something that ACC had, and I really like that. Preferences, set your driving assists. We'll have most of those on to start with, off later on, I guess. And the driver profile, check stats, set nationality and choose your racing suits. The driver profile, probably somewhere we will need to go fairly quickly. So multiplayer is obviously where most people are going to jump straight in, or the single player mode. There's also some challenges in here. Let's just confirm those. The endurance hall and the factory driver. So the endurance hall will give you a whole load of different races to do. So we've got Spa for all of them, LMDH at Spa, Florida and the LMDH. So whole load of information. As I'm coming down, it's wanting to get the stats all of the time. And then factory driver is similar. We'll be getting into all of that a little bit later on. A little bit annoying that it's doing this fetching stats all of the time. I would imagine that all of the servers are running overtime at the moment. But that is going to be a big old slowdown in that one. And you can see there that for Northampton, you got user 1255, user 103, setting the personal best times, top 5 there. I think that the users were all of the people that were running the pre-release. They weren't using their proper names in there. So we'll get to that a little bit later, those challenges. Downloadable content. So we've got category there. Come back to the moment. What we've installed, nothing actually. Updates, no updates at the moment. Downloads, no downloads, and no DLCs. With category, the vehicles, we've got the Group 5 Revival Pack. Not quite sure how to download that. This is in the mod hub. The Praga, maybe it's already done it because I bought the main pack, so maybe I've already got these DLCs, but a bit weird that it didn't say under installed. So those are the vehicles packages, those two. Liveries. Okay, so we've got a whole load of liveries here. Again, not quite sure how to download this stuff. And one of the people that was in the pre-release mentioned about this, that they couldn't work out how to download them. And I was hoping there would be like a download button. Also, it'd be nice to actually have the, if they're priced, to have the price on there. But as you can see in installed, I'm clicking the button. And nothing is installed other than the game, obviously. So that's downloaded content. Driver profile. So we've got a results history. There won't be any lap records and stats. None of that information. Nationality. I'm in the United Kingdom. Suit primary colour. What should we go for? There's not actually a black. Normally I go with a black, but there isn't one. Charcoal grey. Oh, edit info. Secondary suit colour. Sort of wanted to go with black and green for sort of the colours that I tend to run, but we'll go with that one. And then suit highlight colour. Okay, I'm with you. That's a bit too green. Might go with that one, I think. So, it's not like Gran Turismo. We were able to put lots of sponsors and things on our suits. So that's pretty basic. Also, I don't seem to be able to change my name. I'd like to have called it... oh. Let's go with that one. Yeah, go with that. Yeah, it'd be nice to have changed my name. Right, so... the challenges... we don't need to do yet. Now, we haven't done anything with the wheel yet. L3. I never would remember what it is. Oh, L3 takes you into some settings. So that was just down in the bottom corner there. So audio, got your master volume, the music volume. Well, the first thing I want to do is I'm going to take the music volume down because I don't want to get any copyright issues. We'll leave the voice volume at 100, the player card. I'm going to leave all these at 100. I'm going to take this one down to 50. Now, I don't know whether this is right. we will have to find out. So opponent car volume and the user interface volume. 50 is quite loud as well. So save and exit. Assists. So racing line is off. I'm going to turn that on for the moment, just while we're getting going. Traction control is authentic. Force on, or I'm going to leave that as authentic. ABS authentic. Auto clutch. Now I haven't got a clutch, so I'll leave that as authentic as well. Auto cut, I don't know what that is. Let's just leave those as force on. Auto blip. Trailing throttle. Downshift protection. Transmission is manual, automatic, or automatic. So automatic upshifts, but not downshifts. That's interesting. So you go manual, automatic upshifts, and fully automatic. I'm obviously going to go manual. Auto pit limiter, you can have that on or authentic. I'm going to force it on because I'm not very good at pit limiters, but that's nice. I will get to the point where I'll turn that off. And the pit box indicator, on or off. I'm going to put that on. I don't quite know what that is. So save and exit. Control bindings. Here we go. This is going to be interesting. So that's for the controller. Well, I'm not on the controller, so I don't think I need to worry about any of that. Input device settings. The steering wheel. Steering pad dead zone. Steering saturation zone. Sensitivity. I'm going to leave a lot of these as they are. The gain. Low boost. So I'm going to leave this all as the default for the moment, and we'll see how we go. And then you can invert your brake pedal if you've got your brake pedal inverted. There's a lot of changes here. Clutch pedal, inverting the clutch pedal, sensitivity, a lot of settings to be played around with. Preferences. So subtitles are off. Distance units are metric or imperial. So I guess that's going to be miles and kilometers. So I'm going to go with imperial. Cinematic sequences on, crossplay enabled. I'll leave that on for the moment, and online terms and conditions agreed. According to the setup, it's the headroom that you need to reduce. So is that the headroom in the input device settings? I was looking for something that said headroom. Where do we find headroom? Force feedback headroom. Oh, that one there. We're at 150 at the moment in the middle. So we'll just see how we go, but we can come back to that a little bit later. Right, okay, so I guess now we're going to need to head off into single player, aren't we? And see what we get. So I've got a race weekend or a career. So that seems to take us straight into a race. But I'm thinking I want to start with the career. So a new career. Welcome to your career in Project Motor Racing. Start your motorsport journey by choosing one of the 3 continents as your HQ. When making the choice, remember that while all cars and events are immediately available, the cost of cars and entry fees will be affected by the location of your HQ. Event travel and repair costs will automatically be deducted after each race weekend, so keep an eye on your expenses. Be aware that aggressive driving or poor finishes won't sustain a professional team for very long. So that's interesting. That's different to Gran Turismo now. We've got to pay to race. Interesting. Sponsorships are the lifeblood of your team. Before each season, select the terms that you feel give you the best chance of survival in this tough, unpredictable industry. Project Motor Racing is best enjoyed with the career experience option set to authentic. This locks the difficulty to 100 and disables race restarts. For those wanting to customize every element of the career experience, set the toggle option to classic. Okay, so team registration. So the team name is going to be very simply Team PSR. Keeps it nice and easy. Driver name. There's nothing worse than watching somebody type. There we go, Mitchell Morgan. And we are going to be based in, so you got, as I would have thought, North America, actually North America, not South America. So North America, Europe, and Asia and Australia. Obviously, I'm going to go Europe because that's where I am. So Team PSR, Mitchell Morgan, Europe. Sponsorship model. The rolling billboard, a traditional sponsorship arrangement. You're paid a flat amount per race, and that amount is based on the prestige of the car you're racing. Your performance doesn't matter with this model. You're a rolling billboard and nothing more. This is a safer sponsorship model for racers looking for a predictable influx of cash, which I think is the one I will go for. Competitive is where you're paid a slightly higher flat fee that is derived from the prestige of the car you're racing, but there's a catch. You're only paid if you finish on the podium. Well, I don't think we'll be doing that one then. Ambassador, a model tailored for the respectful drivers. You're paid a flat fee per race, regardless of your finishing position, so long as you bring the car home with no damage. This model is ideal for drivers who exhibit a great deal of sportsmanship and expect few troubles out on the track. Well, I don't know if people hitting me is going to affect that one. So Ambassador, we could well come back to, but I'm leaving that one out for the moment. The brand agrees to pay your championship fee at the start of the season, as well as your race entry fee. To compensate for them paying your entry fees up front, the brand takes a pretty major cut out of your championship winnings at the conclusion of the season. Ideal for drivers who want to punch above their weight and enter a championship if they can't quite afford it yet. And winner, in the event you win the race, the brand matches your earnings. Ideal for ambitious drivers for whom winning is habitual. Well, and as a champion, in the event you win the championship, the brand matches your earnings. An aggressor, there's lots here. The brand covers the full amount of your damage, repair expenses, but you agree to provide some sort of ROI, return on investment, by handing them a portion of your race winnings, a safety net for drivers who are aware of their aggressive tendencies or are entering a class with an elbows out brand of racing. Pace, if you both qualify and pole, if you both qualify and pole and set the fastest lap during a race, the brand matches the pay of the race winner. And the rolling billboard. So I think the rolling billboard is the way that we're going to go on this one. That I think is probably the safest. Starting budget is 650. Here we go. We can change this. 100,000. This budget is for players who want to start from the bottom of Project Motor Racing's car hierarchy and work their way up through each class of car as if they're a true journeyman driver. This budget is for players who want to start in the middle of Project Motor Racing's car hierarchy and have immediate access to the game's wide variety of GT cars and the funding to enter their various championships. And then you've got 2 million. The budget is for players who want to start their career at the very top and have more than enough cash in the bank to attempt any championship they desire. Which one should we do? Which one? You let me know. 1 for 100,000, 2 for 650, 3 for 2 million. Shout it out now. Shout it out now. We'll come back to that one in a moment, I'm hoping. It was set to the middle one. And career settings, the career experience authentic, difficulty 100, and race length ×1. Career experience, I'm going to leave that as 1, I think. William says 1. I'm getting 100. You all want me to start at the very beginning? Let's do that. Let's do that. What a good place to start. Oh my gosh. And are they really going to put me in something like that? I certainly hope not. So we've got, oh dear, all. Let's get rid of all. We've got the 964 trophy, the Porsche. The cost of that is 38,250, and I've only got 100,000 credits. So quite clearly, if I was to go for, you know, some of these bigger cars, you can see them here. They're not in any particular order that I can see. I'm just going through them. It just seems to scroll around. So the Mazda RX-7 GTO we couldn't have, the Mercedes GT3, the GT4, the CLK LM, you can't have any of these, the Sauber, the Cougar, Aero 8. So lots of these cars are out of our budget at the moment. We need to get some serious money. The Nissan R390 there is 632, and you're stepping up to the R89C for 920,000. And there are a number of liveries for each of these cars, so 3 for that one. The Skyline Super Silhouette we can't have, the ZGT4. Now I did want to get into the BMWs. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do that. So we can take the 911 Carrera Cup. And I'm just scrolling through. So the 911 we can have. There's a little Mazda that we can have. That's 82. So should we go with the Mazda or the Porsche? Hard to know, isn't it? At this stage, you just know you're going to grab the wrong one. The Mazda's 82.8. Should we do the Mazda? 38,250 for the Porsche. And then what colour? Mazda, says Matt. Everybody's going Mazda. We don't. It just. So lots of different liveries. I think we'll go with that one. So the Mazda, the price is 82,000. We'll go yes. And then we've got the garage, earnings and expenses, the management team. There's a begin event, which I can't get to yet. Standings I can't get to. Event calendar. So United Kingdom MX Trophy. So this is the one I think we're going to be doing. So we can do United Kingdom MX5 Trophy. Not quite sure where that is going to be held. United States MX5 Trophy South, and then you've got the United States MX Trophy North. I don't know what tracks they will be on. We'll have to see. The championship purse is 201,000. Entry fees 10. Difficulty 100%. I'm going to run out of money really quick here. Oh, we're at Northampton. Okay, we're at Northampton. And the second one is at Derby, which I think is Donington, I think. I'm not sure. Right. Travelling to the track. Now, I haven't got a clue how this is going to work. I don't know how the steering wheel is going to behave or anything. So it's going to be quite interesting. 8 laps we've got to do on this one. That is a view that I know very, very well. A view across. The graphics don't look too bad. They're not as refined as Gran Turismo, I'm not going to lie. But I'm more interested in how this is going to behave. Right, okay, so we've got next, standings, vehicle setup, essentials, lap timing, record best, tyre and brake data, fuel calculator. Okay, don't seem to be able to do anything with any of those. Tyres and chassis. I can have hard or wet. Tyre pressures, again, I don't know any of this setup. This is going to be quite interesting. Suspension as well. Oh my gosh, look at all those suspension settings. My mind has just gone boom. Drive chain. And then pit setup. So the compound is auto. The fuel amount is 9.9 gallons and repair all. So we're going to repair everything. That's the refuel amount. Not quite sure how I get across to that. Worry about that a little bit later. And then we've got drive. Whoa. It's just great start, absolutely. My steering wheel is very, very, very light. Very, very, very light indeed. As in, I cannot feel a thing as far as the force feedback is concerned. I mean, this is very, very little feedback. If this was Gran Turismo, I would say that I was driving on snow. You can feel it bounce over the curbs. But I think, is there any way of, in the settings, control bindings, don't want that, input device settings. This is where I need that bit of paper now. It is all about that setup guide, and that is what I need to get set up. So I think what I'm going to do, I wanted to see what it was going to be like, literally just out of the box. And out of the box, as a lot of people have said, you need to do some homework. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, and forgive me for looking over this way, I'm going to grab the guide that is in our Discord now. That will be the easiest way to find it. Bear with me a second. Just need to scroll down a little bit. Project Motor Racing, and there are videos about the force feedback, explaining it and everything else. That's one I think that we need. Visit the site. Just bought BMR. Now what? Introduction, important first steps. That's all the assists, the driving assists explained, etc. And what I'm looking for is, when I scroll down, is that guide, cold tires. I need to try and find out where it is. Force feedback guide, that one there is what I'm after. So we'll download that. We'll open the file. Unfortunately, you cannot see this. But there's a lovely little brochure. A lot of people have printed this out. Obviously, I haven't got it printed out. Got an access dead zone, access saturation zone. So the force feedback, access steering pad, lock scale. There's a vehicle setup, force feedback, haptic strengths, and all sorts. So force feedback gain. So I don't know where the force feedback gain is. The overall strength of the wheel's feedback. Higher is heavier and more pronounced. The default is 100. Leaves headroom, so big hits like curbs or collisions don't clip or feel flat. So is that the force feedback? No, force. See, I can't see force feedback gain in there. It's a low force boost. Oh, hang on. There's more at the top here. Steering wheel, steering dead zone, force feedback gain. So on the Logitech wheel, that's set to 73. The overall strength of the wheel's feedback higher is a heavier and more pronounced. The default 100 leaves some headroom. So we could take that up to 100. Maybe. So what I want to do now is I want to save that. And then what I want to do is go back out on track. So resume. I want to feel what that difference that's made. That has now gone really weird. Can't feel the curbs at all. Or you can feel the curb when you run over it like that. Very, very strong. Let's just run over this curb. There's not a lot of feeling when you run over the grass. Right, what I want to do is settings, input device settings. So the gain was about 70 odd. Let's set it down to 50. And we'll just resume. I'm not going to lie, that doesn't feel an awful lot different. So I'm going to set that back to 75. Low force boost. What's low force boost? Low force boost. Add weights and detail to the small forces near the center of the wheel. This is useful for lower end wheels that can feel dead around the center. I don't actually have low force boost. I can't actually change that one. Oh, now I can. Hang on. I can change it to... Okay. That one doesn't seem to want to allow me to move that. Force feedback detail enhances how much you feel from braking forces through the front tyres. Use it to make the car's weight transfer more noticeable, but too high can make the wheel feel jittery and even chaotic at extreme values. What I want is I just want a little bit more strength in this, a little bit, it not feeling like it's on ice. Force feedback smoothing, traditional low pass filter smoothing, smooths out the overall feedback signal, removing rough or noisy spikes. Force feedback headroom, which is one that Muttley was saying. As force feedback gain is reduced, the difference between the normal driving signal and the maximum signal that can be sent to the wheel increases. The spare signal is the headroom. Controls how much extra force range is reserved for sudden impacts. Note this setting has far more impact when the force feedback gain, see above, is set to low, as that creates more headroom. More headroom equals harder hits. Okay. and then we get into a few others. Right, okay, I think I'm going to go with the force feedback headroom is 150. More headroom is harder hits. So that's sort of reason to be in the middle. Force feedback detail is 30. I don't want it to feel jittery and chaotic. I'm going to leave that one alone. The haptic strength. For gamepads and wheels, this changes how strong rumble cues are for grip loss curbs. Think of it as vibration volume knobs, since gamepads do not respond to force feedback, rely on haptics, which are audio-driven signals that give information. So I'm on 60. Let's take that up to 80 and see what that is like. So we'll do a save on that. It's still like in Gran Turismo at this point. I would be able to feel the tires turning. With this, I still feel like I'm driving on ice, so that's not what we want. So then there's a steering stiffness. So the haptic, let me just put that back to where we were, 60. And steering, the steering wheel, steering pad saturation zone, steering stiffness. Well, I'm not seeing that. That's the one I think I want. It changes how tight or loose the steering feels. Steering stiffnesses in theory might be the stiffer the better, but in practice, coupled to real-world force feedback devices and solved with a computer, there can be trade-offs. Essentially, too stiff can become noisy and spiky, too soft can become nebulous, which is sort of where I'm at the moment. It does feel very, very wishy-washy. Let me just bring the chat up. See what your see what you guys are saying at the moment. Try force feedback headroom down to 50. Okay. Give that a go. No. It's just, I mean, you guys probably can't see with my camera, but I can turn my wheel with my little finger quite happily, which is not really what I want to be having him. Yeah, it's the steering stiffness that I'm looking for. Haptic strength. This changes how strong the rumble cues are. It's not the rumbling that I want. I want to make the wheel feel heavier. Let me just check the strength. Let's take that right up to 11 Newton meters. Let's see what we get now. There really is just no feeling in the wheel. The only way I can describe this is when my Logitech wheel in Gran Turismo 7, I lose force feedback. That is what this feels like. Hulky, where is the force feedback? You got force feedback here, the detail. The low force boost, I can't do anything with. Which is what I sort of wanted to do. See if we could boost the force. But I can't boost that. Can't do anything with it. You need to pit. Okay. Ooh, come right out of it. So the event calendar, we'll go into there. So what you're saying, we've got to do it in the car setup. Interesting. So, got ya. Strength, rack feel, alignment boost. Okay, yeah, the paperwork here is not overly clear. So we can go up to strength 2. Rack feel. Load boost. Does that go up to 1? Yeah. Set that to about half. Thing is, there's no, is there a... delete setup, so that would be fine. And then we've got friction. Aids artificial resistance to simulate mechanical steering friction, can make the wheel feel more realistic, but too high feels sticky. That could be what I need as well. So what have we got? 2 is the maximum, so let's set that to 1. So things have gone about halfway. Should we go with that? It'll be a bit of a pain if we've got to do that for every single one. There's nothing. There's no feeling at all. I can't feel the tyres. I can't feel the tyres gripping the tarmac whatsoever. I mean, normally you could feel my steering wheel rumbling. There is zero. There is nothing. I mean, I should be able to feel the tyres scrubbing through that corner. I mean, look at how much I'm moving the steering wheel. There's just absolutely nothing. No feeling whatsoever. Yeah, that's just what I was looking at. The rack rate and the fit. I'm going to take that. What was that? It was on 3. Guys, I don't want to be.
Clear of pit lane.
Nope. There's nothing, no feeling whatsoever. Even when I get in a slide, there's nothing, there's no feeling. I mean, I don't know if you can see my hands, but you know, I'm turning this wheel with 2 fingers. When I get the settings, I will let you know what they are, but for the moment I haven't found anything that has made any difference whatsoever. I mean, I can't even feel the curbs.
Lap timing started. Every second matters.
Cannot feel those curbs at all. All I can see is the little bobble on the, you know, in the windscreen to know that I'm actually on the curbs. Hmm.
Clear of the pits.
Absolutely no feeling whatsoever. Grenster, on his thoughts and feelings so far, not good. Until I can get some feeling from the steering wheel. I mean, this is, as a lot of people have said, this is just not there. I can't feel a slide. I can't feel the tyres grip the track. The wheel is not rumbling. The rig is not rumbling. I'm in a slide now and I can't even feel it. The first time you know you're in a slide, I mean, coming out the pitch is the same. First time, look, going across the grass and there's just nothing. The first time that you know you're in a slide is the visuals. There's no feedback at all. I have got something very, very, very wrong here. There's something I am missing.
Full focus, full send.
I just hit that car and it didn't even feel it. Look, it's just not even feeling it at all when you hit a car. I should at least be able to feel a bump on the car through the steering wheel, and there's nothing. It's yeah. So that was with the everything completely turned right up. Annoyingly, also, you now cannot get back to the there's like no setting you back to the defaults. So we got. Let's put this all in the middle. Well, we have major high expectations, and I'm afraid at the moment, like a lot of people have said, it's not happening. I mean, it could be the car, I guess. Hmm. Right, Aston Martin. Let's think that it might be the Mazda being a road car. It's just going to be willowy wallery, but there was no feedback whatsoever. Hmm.
Clear of the pits.
There's nothing. It's weird. Let me just check my wheel settings. It's like I have got no wheel settings, no force feedback at all. I'm on strength 11 Newton meters on my wheel. I never, ever, ever go up anywhere near that. Let's just change the filter to 15 rather than auto. And the dampener is on 30. The angle. Let's just turn that off. Completely off. And turn it back on again. Yeah. Orby, I have to say, at the moment, very disappointing. And as for taking 2 days off to do this, whoa, whoa, oh, okay. Whoa, hold that thought. Oh, what I need to do is put all this right back to factory defaults. Let's put that to 8. Let's just turn the wheel off and back on again. Whoa, that was something else.
Clear of pit lane.
Right. This now feels like a G29. All notchy and coggy. Certainly certainly haven't got the granularity that we have in Gran Turismo at all. I think PMR or Logitech need to put some recommended settings out for this. Otherwise, people are just not going to try and spend the time. This is like I've got cogs. It's like the force feedback is either on or off. There's no granularity in it at all. It is a step in the right direction. Right. Strength is 8. True Force Audio is... I'm going to try something here. I'm going to put everything on the wheel to the middle. 8. True Force Audio is 50. Force feedback filter is now 9. The dampener, what's the max? Max is 100, so put that to 50. The angle is 1080, and I've read that it needs to be 900. I think 900. And the rest is all irrelevant. Bix, it's not going well, my friend, at the moment. Very underwhelmed. I'm just trying to find... There's a million settings in this, and trying to find what those million settings are for my Logitech Pro wheel is just all over. Can't find them at the moment. I've been at this for best part of an hour. Well, probably about 45 minutes. And just cannot find any wheel settings that work. Until a moment ago, and I started playing around with the settings actually in the wheel, I had no feeling, no force feedback at all. Zero. Nothing whatsoever.
Clear of pit lane.
There's nothing. I'm riding Kirby and I can't even feel it. I'm on the grass and I can't even feel it. I'm going to let this car slam into the back of me in a moment and see what he does. Well, that's interesting. The car behind didn't even slam into me when I'm brake checking him. Hit that car, can't even feel it. Cannot even feel it. Ah. Right.
Explain all the force feedback settings in Project Motor Racing and how to best set up Project Motor Racing's force feedback. Not only that, I'm going to go through each setting and explain exactly what each setting does so that it doesn't matter what wheelbase that you're using, you can set the force feedback up exactly how you want it. Of course, if you want to be able to unsubscribe, you first have to subscribe first. So subscribe to unsubscribe. Click the like button if you find this kind of super boring setup video useful. And as always, a huge thank you to our channel members, supporters, Patreon members that financially keep us in. Really appreciate it. Let's get on with the video.
No, I haven't changed anything in that one.
Project Motor Racing, which is really confusing and not obvious. The game has two sets of force feedback options. One of them is in the input device setting on the main menu, either when you're on the track or in the main menus. And this is where you can set your overall global force feedback settings. And then there's additional force feedback options in the car setup page for each car, which will be saved for each car. We'll start with the global settings and what you need to be aware of, and then we'll go into the car settings. So, input device settings, which will...
Right. So what's he gone into? The input device settings.
To everything, a really big thing that you need to be aware of is the global force.
Check your input is wheel and not controller. I could turn the pad off. How do you even turn? Can you turn it off? I've never even turned my controller off. I don't even know if you can turn it off. Oh, the update's ready to install. Let's grab that. Let's just grab the update. So they have released that now. Again, that'll be a pain. Where's the accessories? Oh, down there. That didn't work. Accessories. I can tick on it, but there's no other options. No, it's not wired. Oh, turn off. There we go. That's now turned off. Which will be a pain in the neck, because I'm now going to struggle with the buttons on this wheel because they don't all match up, but that's beside the point. Oh, let's not do that.
Hammer down now.
It's just the same. It is exactly the same. Well, I'm not going to lie. I've never had a game that you've had so much trouble to set up, if I'm honest.
Strength or gain, as they call it here, you need to set this to 100. In many other simulators,
Right, let me just get back to these settings and just follow what this guy's doing. So we need to go there, input device settings. Which ones?
in games, you would actually set this to sort of 60 or 70 to avoid clipping. But in Project Motor Racing, I found if you set to 100, you actually get more detail, more range, and you won't.
Let me just set this up exactly as he's got his for the minute. Bear with me a second. So steering wheel is 50. Deadpan zone is 0. Then we got 50, 75. That's 60. 100. 0. 20. Force feedback smoothing, 0. Force feedback headroom is 100. Haptic strength, 0. Throttle pedal ZO, that's fine. Throttle pedal saturation zone is 98. 100 for the throttle sensitivity. Invert throttle pedal, no. 0. Brake pedal force, dead zone.
Necessarily get clipping. You might get clipping if you turn it up on the in-car settings, but I think it's best to actually set this to 100 and then adjust each car when you come to adjust it to make things feel generally smoother. The more you increase it, the 150 the weight weaker, and rather very harsh. For most, it's twice as sensitive. We'll set up and click on tyres and chassis, and that is where.
Right. So that's that done. Save and exit. Then we'll come out of there, and we now need to go single player, race weekend, race. But what I do want to do now is to go in and set the bits in the actual car as well.
Force feedback options for each car is saved. Keep in mind, if you download a car setup or you get a custom setup, it might also have changed force feedback. So tyres and chassis page, and you can adjust the force feedback for each car. What's the settings? Let me explain what the settings do and why you'd probably want to change what you'd want to change here, and a quickest way to set it up decent. This is very confusing. A lot of people are probably getting confused by this. I had to spend like 10 hours messing around with this to fully understand what was worth my
10 hours this guy spent doing this.
This is basically the ramp sensitivity. So if you turn this up, it's the steering ratio will increase. So if you want the steering of the car to be more sensitive, like if this is on 2, it's twice as sensitive. So this is a way to make this car steering faster with your input still being like 1-to-1 with the game, if that makes sense, or slower. So if you're struggling to catch a car's oversteer, and you're like on the wheel, and you don't want to work, well, you can make the steering more sensitive, and then you can just move the wheel less to catch stuff. But you should be aware of, the more sensitive the steering, the more that's able to compress the force feedback into a smaller space. So it'll also make the force feedback stronger, but it'll also make the force feedback more abrupt. And so if you run faster steering, things will feel sharper, and if you run slower steering.
Right, I'm just doing little bits just to see what difference this is making. For simple option, just click on GT7, yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, my steering wheel is not even straight now. Can't even hit, look. I hit the wall and you can't even feel it hit the wall. I am going to have to, I think, bring this stream to an end, and I'm going to have to go away and do some homework.
You're clear.
One more thing I want to do. That is just feels horrible. Put that back to auto.
Clear of the pits.
Having just steer left to go right. Oh my gosh. Right, the one thing I will say is, because I'm live, this could be me. It could well be that I'm just missing some sort of setup. But as the guy I was just listening to saying 10 hours he's been studying the force feedback and everything. And I've set this up as per his video, just very, very quickly and crudely. And it's I've got no detail in this. It's just like running on a G29 with the cogs, and not even very good at that either. I can't even feel that car hitting him. Should at least be able to feel that I've just clobbered a car, sideswiped him. Right, see what I'm going to do. Something I don't normally do. If I can just undo that for a second. Could you see the wheel? Don't think I can get that round enough so that you guys can see the wheel. It needs to come round a bit more, and I've got it. Cable is a little bit too tight on my rig. Okay, right. So that is about as good as I can get at the moment. I don't know if you can feel how or see how juddery that is. And I'm normally silky smooth on my wheel. But you feel nothing and then a hit. Didn't even feel that hit. Or that. Let's put this camera back to where it should be. To play around with that a little bit later on. Aussie streaming this, just waiting to see if you can get into multiplayer game. What do I think? I can't play it. Short answer is I cannot get my Logitech Pro to give me any sort of reasonable, sensible feedback on it at all. None at all. That's not what I want to put. Input device settings. Ozzy, are you on a Fanatec or a Logitech? Thrustmaster. Yeah. Logitech, there's just, I can't find the settings at all for it. Getting at the point at the moment where I'm just want to give up on it, if I'm honest. It just shouldn't be this difficult. I'm doing this live on the stream just so that you guys get a real sense of what you might be going into. I'm semi-technical, but I'm not fantastic at these sort of setups and everything else. And there will be a lot of people out there in the same fix that I'm in. Project Motor Racing Logitech. Yeah, I'm not finding anything either, Drac. It's totally in the dark. I should be able to feel this sliding into corners. I should be able to feel it grip in. It's just nothing. I did have my worries last night when somebody told me that Logitech didn't have any information on this and there was no special drivers or anything for it. And it was just like, have Stage 4 actually consulted Logitech? Look, if I hit him, there's just nothing. No feeling. I tell you what, I mean, I'm going to try and find the solution to this through one way or the other, but if people can't just, you know, if it's, let's say a 10-year-old has set this up and they can't sort this out, then they're just going to head straight back to Gran Turismo. I mean, I would have expected a few little tweaks for the cars. I could have accepted that, you know. But this is a GR3 car. It should be absolutely gripping the track and giving me loads of information. I've got no information about that slide at all. I mean, I've got a little bit more information, but it's not refined like Gran Turismo is. It's like, this is how I can describe this. Okay, this is how I can describe this. If you imagine you've got a light switch, it's either on or it's off, and it's on or it's off. Whereas Gran Turismo, it's like you've got a knob that you can twist to turn the light up, and, you know, a dimmer switch. Gran Turismo is like having a dimmer switch. This is like having an on and off switch. And it's crazy. I did say to a lot of you, don't buy it until I did this. And if I can get it sorted, I will let you know. I will let you know. My next call is going to be to Logitech to see what they've got. And then my next call is going to be into Stage 4 to say, what are your recommended settings for Logitech? Because I'm struggling with this. Very, very difficult. Right. I'm going to close this stream early because I am going to go away quietly and do some homework. This is not the experience that I was expecting. I knew I was going to be some setups I'd need to do, but even with the guide, I thought that it would be fairly straightforward. But even the guide is making me confused. You see, friction. There's friction in this thing as well. Friction adds artificial resistance to simulate mechanical steering friction. Can make the wheel feel more realistic, but too high makes it feel sticky. That's what I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for, is some more stickiness. Friction. Where's friction? It's got to be tyres and chassis. Right. Oh. Let's put that up to 1.
You're clear.
No. just can't feel the slide. Settings, input settings. No, not what I want. Vehicle setup, tires and chassis. I haven't done console reset, no.
Clear.
Okay, now I've got some strength in the wheel. I've got some resistance in the wheel now, so it doesn't feel like I'm floating. So that's a lot better. What I need to do now is get the force feedback so it's not all clunky. Right, okay, so let's do a restart of the PlayStation 5. So what I've had all the way through until that setting is the steering wheel. I could literally move on 2 fingers. I could use my little fingers like this. It was like on ice, absolutely on ice. Now at least I can feel as if I've got to turn the wheel. I do feel as if I've got to put something in. It is actually fighting against me a little bit. Banana head, no, I'm not. I'm not going to beat about the bush. No, I'm not. It's it feels horrendous. I just feel like I'm driving on ice. I am finding that there's zero feedback. It's not a criticism of the game at the moment. It's a criticism on my inability and my incompetence at setting it up. I'm sure that once it's set up and working, it will be fine. But I don't know what the magic formula is. What are the best settings for project motor racing for the Logitech Pro wheel? Okay, I've got one last thing I want to try. Whilst that's doing that. Invert the... okay, invert the force feedback. Um, right. On my wheel, here we go. Right, so this is the strength. 9 to 11, it's saying. I'm on 8. Let's put it up to 9. Okay, so strength is 9. True Force Audio. Gonna leave that at 50. Force feedback filter. Start on auto. I'm going to go with a really low. I'm going to go with 1 just for the heck on that one for the moment. The dampener helps to smooth out the jitter, the rapid center oscillation, but too much damping reduces responsiveness. So this is the dampener, which I've got at 30. I'm going to take that back. I'm going to take that completely off. Now steering angle, they're saying 1080. Okay. Let's just do a do a reset of the wheel to make sure that's punched in. If I can suss it out, mate, I will share all of my settings with the world. But I don't think we're going to be. Don't think I'm going to be doing this anytime soon. So this is all standard setup now that we're back to.
Clear.
No. Lost everything again. Right, so that now feels... Ugh, feels like it's going to break my wrists, actually. Return to pit. As somebody said, be careful of your wrists. Vehicle setup. Chassis. This is the problem, Drac, is I've got no clue what I should be doing, if I'm honest. Oh my gosh. No feeling on the curbs whatsoever. No feeling on the grass. I think I'm just about ready to give up on this and just write the money off, if I'm honest. Orby, I don't blame you. I'm probably just going to leave it until we can get back to, I can get it so that it works at the end of the day. Sorry about this, guys. This is not what I had in mind. Right, how do I change up here?
Clear.
Paddy's miles better. Running on the controller. I mean, it's not great, but at least I can feel when I'm braking. I can feel when I'm going over the curbs. It's not great, but you can feel a bit. This is really, really disappointing. Aussie, yeah, day one patch has been downloaded and installed. But I just can't get this Logitech Pro to work at all. It works, but it's just no force feedback whatsoever. Just a whole load of clunky mess, if I'm honest. And I really didn't think I'll be using words like that. Update file's been installed. It's all installed and I've rebooted. Well, I'm going to be reaching out to Logitech, both Logitech and Stage 4 to say, hey, you know, I've spent best part of 2 hours just trying to get some sense of the settings. There should at least be a default setting that works. In my opinion, there should be a default setting that works. It might not give you the granularity. It might not give you what you want, but it should at least give you something. And just, yeah. I don't know what to say, guys, I'm afraid. I honestly do not know what to say. Okay, that's a bit of a pain. Doesn't look like I can use that. I can't come back to that. Exit without saving. Right. Steering pad lock scale. The gamepad users. This limits how much steering, so don't want that. Global force feedback gain. The overall strength of the wheel's feedback. Heavier means heavier and more pronounced. The default 100 leaves headroom so big hits like curbs or collisions don't clip or feel flat. Well, at the moment, they just don't feel anything at all. The force feedback gain, one would imagine 73 would be fine. Low force boost adds weight and detail to the small forces near the centre of the wheel. This is useful for lower end wheels that can feel dead around the centre. Force feedback detail. Under bindings. Oh yeah, I did that. Yeah, I did all of that earlier on. Yeah, that was all done. I can't actually get out of it now. Yeah, Shannara, done all that. That's all been done. I'm going to go away because it's coming up for 3 o'clock. I'm going to bring the stream to an end right there. Very demoralised, I have to say. A little bit worried, more than a little bit worried. About ready to cry. No, not really. I'm going to be reaching out to a few people and seeing what the score is with this. Somebody out there must know the magic sauce to get the Logitech Pro to work. If nobody out there at stage 4 knows, that's a red flag to me. That would be a red flag because it means they've not engaged with Logitech at all, which would be a complete nonsense. They must have engaged with Thrustmaster, with Fanatec, with all of the main wheel and rig providers. I will be back tomorrow when I've got a little bit more information. We could be doing some daily races tomorrow again. But for now, I'm going to bring the stream to a very demoralising end. I will catch you a little bit later. I'm going to go away and do some homework. Bye-bye.